Whoa. Whoa. Fuck. We're so late. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to make dinner today. I was so hungry. But things needed time to sit. Hi. I made butter chicken. Hello. How are we doing today? It is Saturday once more. Holy fuck. You made it through another goddamn week, soldier. I'm proud of you. Mwah. You did it. I did too. Give yourselves a pat on the back, okay? You did great. We all did great today. How are we? Food is important, you should eat it. Yeah, I haven't eaten it all day. I haven't eaten all day. And when I quickly grabbed some groceries, I had a plan. And I was like, man, while I'm waiting for freaking flavors to be absorbed by chicken breast, I'm gonna call Mama Pink. I'm gonna call Mama Pink and talk to her because her birthday is coming soon. So I chatted with Mama Pink for a bit, and then I was like, I gotta go, Mom. I gotta make some food. Yeah, Mom, we just started. I delayed stream by a little bit because I wanted to make dinner. So, because I had to do that grocery run, this week we are not doing boba. I couldn't find a way to make a bingo sheet or anything for like a Chloe book or like a boba book. Although I can probably contact somebody who does. I'm thinking about contacting the person who makes the Nat 19 bingo sheets and seeing if they can help me with that, because I do genuinely want to do it. But I think I'm gonna see if I can reach out to them and see if they'll, maybe if I pay them, if they'll make me like a little bingo board or at least teach me how to do it, because I love to learn things. So I would I would love to learn how to do it. So in lieu of our boba book today, of our weekly 4 to 5 bobas, because I have a problem, Foxden 22. Oh, is it your birthday today? Oh, Tuesday. You said Tuesday. Well, happy birthday on Tuesday. You aren't allowed to talk about food. You put me in such a Chinese food craving before. Did I? How? Motherfucker, wrong. But yeah, no. In lieu of our 4 to 5 boba, freaking today we have a butter chicken. I kind of go lazy on the sauce. I just buy a store-made sauce. I don't know how to make the sauce yet. But what I did is I dry rubbed our chicken in an assortment of spices. The bottle says Smoky Southwest Barbecue. I use it on fucking everything now. Normally I make my own house blend, but this one's really fucking good, so I just use that one instead. And with on a bed of basmati rice. The chicken, I grilled it after it sat in dry rub for an hour. Got a nice smoky char to it to add to the even smokier dry rub. And then I shredded it while it was fresh off the grill and burnt my little fingies like a dumbass, but I was in a rush, you see, because I wanted to start stream. And tossed it in sauce. And now I've got my butter chicken. That's what we're having today. In lieu of our boba book, unfortunately. Groceries are a teeny bit expensive, but I also had to buy a new French press because my last one broke. The beaker glass thing on my French press broke. So I was like, well, I gotta get another one, and then I got a slightly bigger one. And then, when I took it out of the box, it turned out it was missing a whole ass piece. It was incomplete, to which I was like, well, goddamn fuck. I don't want to go back to the store and return this. So thankfully, my old broken French press still had a functioning filter and nobule thingy-mabob that kept it all together. So I just took it from my old one that I'm throwing in the garbage anyway. And now my French press is complete and ready for the very rare instance that I want to have coffee. I don't have coffee right now. Instead, because this is how my butter chicken is going to be a little bit on the spicy side, just because it is the 1st of October, even though I am not a very Halloween-y person, I do very much enjoy fall. I have instead, in lieu again of a coffee, I have caramel apple butter milk. It's just milk with caramel apple butter flavor. It's kind of like cinnamon apple with like little hints of caramel, and it's very, very good. It's also lactose free milk because anything else will send me ass blasting. But I have this here to help settle those grumpy spices that happen sometime when I do shit like this. So it's October 1st. It's October 1st, which also means that the spoopy month is upon us. As most people probably know, you guys probably know, I've never been a big Halloween-y person, a big spoops month person. I'm still kind of not. But I still do want to get into some semblance of the festivities. And in that case, I do want to try playing some spooky games. We do have a little bit of a log. We still have Visage to finish. We're stuck on it, but we're gonna try to tackle Visage, and we're gonna try to finish it. And then we've got some scary games that have been provided by our resident and always loved Crazy Fox. Hi, I see you. So let me actually see, because Crazy Fox has gotten us a good little handful of spoopy games that we are going to try to get. We're going to try to play through this year. And yes, I will be wearing the heart rate monitor because I want to have a heart attack live on stream. But we will be, again, trying to finish off Visage. We have the game What Remains of Edith Finch. I only know a small bit of this game, but so I don't know anything much else, so it's gonna be blind. I still got some Chilla's art horror games that we haven't gone through, so maybe we'll try one of those. They kind of tend to be walking simulators with like horror elements, so we'll see how those go. And then we've got a little bit of Cult of the Lamb now that fad's over. Is it still cool to play Cult of the Lamb? That's not really a scary game. Let's see, what else do we got here? Oh, I mean, we've got Poppy Playtime Chapter 2. I haven't gotten that yet, so we'll probably get Chapter 2 of Poppy Playtime and probably play that this month. I'm gonna try to do those, I'm gonna try to do them Saturday, maybe Sunday, maybe Monday streams. We'll figure them out. I do kind of like the idea of playing a horror game on the Saturday night, because especially it's getting darker earlier now, so let me know what you guys think. If you think we should do it on Saturday, maybe set aside the Final Fantasy movie nights a little bit to kind of get into the spoopy. I mean, the concepts in COTL are scary. COTL. Oh, Cult of the Lamb. We'll see. But yeah, I want to try to get into like spoopy stuff. I don't play a lot of horror games. I kind of wish I played more of them, but spoopy month is the month that I want to again leave my comfort zone a little bit more. I know I can be a bit critical with certain games, but I still want to give them a try. So that's probably what we're gonna be planning stream-wise during this month. So some of those spoopy games in between our Final Fantasy, or in some cases in lieu of our Final Fantasy. Kind of depends. I'll see what you guys think. And be sure to recommend anything too, because if I play through everything because I'm such a fucking pro, I would like to know what else I can get through. Alrighty. Now that I am still not logged on to my client, you know, because we're so professional. We are going to make our way over here. Over here. There we go. Alrighty. I hope we're fucking ready. I hope you guys remember what happened last time on Endwalker. Because I sure do. Okay, last time on Endwalker, we decided to head towards the fucking Penn State. And we were exploring and getting the feel of Penn State, really seeing where our alum friends don't mind the fending outfit. I look cute. Freaking where we got to Old Charlian and we started exploring around. Then the team was split into two parties. Kryl and the nerds, Graha, Alphino, and Alize and Yashtola. We're all exploring to figure out what the hell the forum's trying to hide because they really don't want us to do anything here. We have to essentially sneak into Charlian in public. kind of hiding in plain sight sort of thing. Twins are still disowned. While we were exploring with the nerds around the forum, we eventually went into Labyrinthos, which is, for layman's terms, I'd say it's old Charlene's emergency bunker, and I wouldn't be that far from the truth, but it's their big research bunker that's kind of like a mini Earth in and of itself. And it's like a whole new world, and it's got animals and things like that. And through tugging at a bunny boy for a little bit, we were able to figure out that they have a weird thing they can't talk about. This duty they won't talk about, and that's why they don't want us interfering, and why they don't want to. They've been very anti-interference. Graha called them out on all the bullshit, and eventually the forum was like, you gotta stop doing that or we're gonna kick you out, and we don't want to get kicked out of Penn State. We just got here. So we decided to chill out a little bit, but we still got a lot of information through our digging, so we're gonna wait for Team B to come back from Thavnir before we discuss things. Speaking of Team B, because they wanted me to be a part of both. Estinian, Uriange, and Thancred, the bros. We went to Thavnir. We tried out freaking aetheryte travel that involves, hey, I didn't attune to that crystal yet. How do I get there? Well, don't you worry. For some price of some very bad aether car sickness, you can now teleport to Thavnir at no extra cost. And we did, and we felt sick, and Estinian's bad with money. And it turns out that Thavnir is essentially being run by a giant dragon. Hresvelger's baby brother Vitra. He's cute. We love him. And as we explore Thavnir and we hear Vitra's plight, because the economy is in shambles in Thavnir since no one wants to travel because of the end of the world, man, Yzael would really fucking love it here because everyone loves dragons, or at least Thavnir do, because they kind of worship one, but they kind of don't know that a dragon's running the place, but we're not going to worry too much about that. That's totally not going to come out at any point during this expansion. And after we helped a fisher elephant dude, we also went to find and help out some Nido Burrito elephant girl, who her and her alchemist friends were like, man, y'all want to get into these towers? Well, too bad, because normal people get enthralled when they go in there, and that's a bad thing. We can't have the Warrior of Light do absolutely everything, even though we've been having them do absolutely everything for 4 expansions now. What's one more? 4? A base game and 3 expansions. But what's one more? So, after trying out this freaking running test for this cute little dragon scale based amulet that helps prevent enthralling when you get close to the towers, it ended up working, and we did a final test run by going into a tower, and then our elephant mom, or elephant bae, or whatever you want to call it, our cute elephant, got kidnapped, and Fandango said, get wrecked, nerd. If you pull her out, she's gonna die. By the way, I want to die. Still making it your problem. Bye, nerd. And as we reconvened with the bros, we decided, man, we should probably go back to Penn State and talk about what we learned. And that's where we're gonna start off today. I hope my recap was good. It probably fucking wasn't, but I'm never good at these things. We know I'm not good at recaps. Anywho, let's make our way to... I should probably put on my white mage outfit. What was my outfit? God. Put on my white mage outfit. This is cute, right? We'll put this, we'll have this glam on for later. We're not gonna worry about this glam right now. I think I rearranged all my glam plates, can you tell? I rearranged all my glam plates. We're putting on this one. Alrighty. Ahem, can you aim me 5 minutes ago? RPing on the cat boy, so can't really help you out with things. No, don't worry. We're doing movie night today. Mimi would be Alrighty. Where's the book? It's over here. Alrighty. So, as I stand on the chair like a fucking degenerate, we're gonna make our way back here. We were at... Where did we stop? In the dark of the tower. So, we have reconvened with the rest of our Scion friends. We have come back from Thavnir. They have taken their time to reassess. I don't know, but we're gonna talk about shit. The adults will speak now. The adults will speak now.
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful.
Very.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
There we go. Just raise the volume a bit more.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Kill things.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
You guys don't need me to translate Urianger speak, right? Even if you're one of those people, which I honestly wonder if there are, who have been here from the very start and don't know a lick of anything and don't play this game. If you don't understand Urianger by this time, I'm really sorry. And for everyone else, I'm pretty sure you guys understand Urianger, right? Okay, good.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
I mean, I can still humor it and be like, so he was like, the towers are magic. Magic like that needs a core. A core catalyst. Destroy that and the tower's gone. A hypothesis by Urianger.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
So have you wifed or husbanded any of the scions yet? No. I mean, I really like Graha. Are you sure Alphino's in the right group? What if Alize, she knows a healing spell or two? Aren't you forgetting someone? I love that, I'm gonna tell you right now. I love that this option exists. I don't know if this option exists if you're not playing a healer. Either way, I love it. So I'm picking it. Aren't you forgetting someone?
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging. It only took this game, its entirety until this point, to acknowledge that I am in fact a healer. Many disasters could have been prevented if we considered the fact that I was a healer that could do things. But Horschifon's dead and he's never coming back. I'm just saying. I don't make the truth, I just dish it out.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
I mean, I'm also kind of that too, but we don't tell them that. I'm gonna heal her.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
It'd be funny if they got white mage anymore and they're like glare mage. Quinto Storm, hello, welcome. Alrighty, we're heading out to fucking Thavnir. We went into the tower. We beat the shit out of things. We found the core.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Conservation of ether, the law of conservation of ether is not being acknowledged. This is wrong.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
I don't have an Estinian button. I wish I did. Yeah, George Goon. Ow.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
Think about it. You destroyed the core.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Yeah.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Alrighty. What the cat doing? Look at all the elephants.
What happened? Where are we?
Man, I saw the trailer for the new WoW expansion, and the difference in graphics between
my
that game and
reckoning,
this one is insane.
we're still on
They
the
really
island
need to
where the
just work
tower
on a
stood.
WoW too. Oof.
'Tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Oh no, our little meow meow. Did Trin ever get better, by the way? I don't know. You might have to tune in.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Everyone.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
I love how the little piano version of the Shadowbringers plays. Oh man, Trent, but at least we have a sphere. Yeah, you guys totally got a sphere.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
I think Kato can
Angelo
summon,
and
but
I will
just
take
doesn't
care
have
of
any.
that.
I have every faith in you.
I don't
Alisaie,
think so.
But there are just too many for you to treat alone.
I don't know if Kato got anything from a sphere. I can't remember if he did. It wasn't summoning though. Not that I know of.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
Clean up.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Freaking child aura tails are so wibbly and tiny. It's so weird. It just doesn't look proportionate. We saved all the elephants. I think he has some spells, but doesn't tell people what he can do. Again, it depends on, like, if Kato wanted to copy something off of people. Like, he seems to want to do something. Like, Kato got jump because he saw his dragoon friend do it, and he wanted to do it. He has dark side because Nihilus did it, and he wanted to do it. So Kato seems to actually kind of want to know how to do things to be able to copy them. I think the only exception, funny enough, being Trin, because they're both blue mages. But I'm pretty sure he could maybe try to copy something from Trin. So we bring back all our elephants. We have so many elephants. Our cat's awake.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Maybe it's because of the game models, but it's such a weird delivery. Are we last? I'm sorry!
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
I trust. I love that.
Much
A
better,
little thrill.
thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
We all know what Kato wants to do, but can he?
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
That face says that you specifically happy that I'm okay, though.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Love the dragon just chilling in the back. It's been discussed that he's probably pretty
You
well
cast
equipped.
down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Thank you. I like how they actually show them holding things now
We are
before they
humbled
just
by
look
your
at their
generosity.
hands.
Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Also, it was mentioned earlier, by you, Cerberus. Warcraft still looks butt ugly. I couldn't tell you why, but the reason Final Fantasy is so pretty is because it's pretty known that when it comes to the Japanese market or the Asian market in general, the Eastern market, they very much prefer aesthetics almost first and foremost. They want their games to be pretty. So even though like that's why the game, even though like some of the textures can be improved and things could definitely have been upscaled, it still looks the same as it did and it still holds well because they were like, we want to make this game pretty from the get-go. Final Fantasy games have always been pretty. They set the standard for being a pretty game. It doesn't surprise me that the Eastern MMO is a lot prettier than the butt ugly Western one. That sounds like such a weeb thing to say, but like, it's that thing of people still play WoW, and I don't know how many complain about how it looks. I'm probably fair to assume that a good amount, but accessibility really matters if you want your massively multiplayer online game to succeed.
It's not their reason for playing WoW.
It's not, yeah.
WoW has such a huge following.
Yeah, that's what Jester, if you guys can hear him, the graphics isn't the entire reason people play WoW.
Same thing goes with RuneScape.
Yeah.
The other MMOs.
Like, it's not always about the aesthetics. The Eastern market, they care about aesthetics. A lot. That's why there are games that, even though they're very pretty, might not be that great. But they'll still probably do well because they look good. That's why, for example, like the PS Vita, we didn't get a lot of those games, even though a lot of those games did really well in Japan, because the Vita was more the more aesthetically pleasing system with the more pretty games. Either way, that's a whole other topic for another day. But I still remember, I think it was in a live letter a long time ago, that they were thinking about upscaling textures and shaders and stuff. I don't know when they plan on doing that, but like, Considering that, like, a lot of computers now should have no problem running somewhat higher graphics or somewhat better textures. I'm, like, looking forward to it when they make the game a little bit prettier, because the game's already pretty. They can, and they're like, yeah, we can make it look better. We can definitely make it look better. It's been 10 years.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Ow. Boo-boos.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
How is Chimkin? He can't hear me. I was originally gonna have 3 chicken breasts in my butter chicken, but I saved one for Jester. How is Chimkin?
Raw.
Raw? No way.
The thickest part of it's raw.
Fuck! I made sure the temperature was right.
Did you stick it into the thickest part?
Yes!
Okay.
Is
The rest
it-
of it's good.
Okay, that's good. Because I always stick it in the part, and it was like 4 to 5 minutes on each side. Is it the rest of it? I mean, if you microwave the thickest part, it'll be good. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh,
Chicken's
no.
very hard to cook, like, completely.
Yeah, because like when I was shredding my chicken for this, it was really, really juicy. But I was like, yeah, it's still kind of cooking, so it'll be fine. But it wasn't like raw. It's only like a teeny weeny bit, right?
It's just at the thickest part.
Okay.
And you're right, it is like very little. It's basically the direct 100% middle of it.
Okay, that's a relief then. Okay, I gave you the thickest one because I was gonna be having 2. So I'm sorry though.
It's okay. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Well, aside from that little teeny weeny bit at the fat part, he said it was good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Alrighty.
Did you want dessert after?
Albeit brief,
Did you want dessert
my
after?
involvement in the
In what
Dragon
form?
Song War
We have
afforded me a
pancake.
glimpse of the
Ah.
myriad sorrows which
Mm,
consumed
I don't
both
know.
dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply.
Oh yeah, Dragon Song's playing. I'm gonna cry now.
And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Why weren't you in Heaven Swords, Vitra? I didn't wanna. Good enough for us.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
Welcome, Red Panda Cola. Hello. Oh fuck, I accidentally skipped a line, but it was a very short one, so I don't think I really did.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
It's like my father was a single. He was a single father.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
She didn't tell us shit about no final days. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Inscrutable, the way she says that. Oh, the one that has the answers is her. It's going good, Red Panda. How are you? Mwah.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
Inscrutable. Hold on. Inscrutable. There we go. Impossible to understand or interpret. Yeah. Impossible to understand or interpret. So now Vitra's like, but I got a story for y'all. It might maybe ease some of that anxiety over whether or not you should trust Hydaelyn or not. It's alright. Tail end of a stomach bug that messed me up all week. Oh, and got more ink work done. Hell yeah.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Yeah, he was like, he asked one day, he was like, Daddy, why did you come here? Why are we here? And he's like, man, it was the best place I could find.
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
I got another session or two before it's fully done. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. I still never got a tattoo. I'm scared of needles.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Pretty much he's saying, whatever it is that Hydaelyn seems to want, or whatever she's planning, it was enough that my father can trust her. Big old dragon man. Dragons came from space.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
Thanks, says Y'shtola. Thanks, I guess.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We
Might be
must
real.
take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
I'm gonna be real with you. Around this time, I was thinking that Endwalker, that I was gonna at least maybe do 2 more towers. And put a pin on that. Because I'll explain, because it'll lead to one of my disappointments with this expansion. But right now is not the time.
Prithee, a moment.
Yes?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
can't remember what choice I used here. I'm kind of sad because like I'm guessing like after the Omega stuff, which was like Stormblood, Midgar Somnir kind of our little mustard boy, he kind of just goes away and he never comes back, and I'm sad. But I thought he was gonna appear in this scene because I'm guessing he stops appearing in during the Omega because that's all done. But I was really hoping that he'd come back. Midgar Sumner, I only wish he could be here with us now. I think I said this.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price.
Okay, he's in a coma again. He has to do the long sleep to restore his power. Okay, okay, I remember now.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Are you okay? Says Vidra. Are you okay? You probably have it rough. Are you good?
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Ow. Yeah. 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 All that was the storm of my existence.
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh, man.
They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
The storm of thine existence. I love that. It's just like, yeah. He's not saying they died because of you. It's just, unfortunately, fighting alongside you comes with with a good possibility that they're going to die. I am the storm that is approaching. Oh, fuck.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss.
Man.
Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have to change your champion along with idle chatter.
Gloomy Saki! Big Brother Saki rating us with a party of 20. Hello! Welcome! Ah, thank you! How was the stream? Hello! Freaking my big brother Gloomy Saki, which you can find over here, probably having, hell yeah, I knew it, you were having a comfy Sona stream. If you like League of Legends and you like Sona, that's definitely who you want to check out. He's a Wolfie Boy VTuber and I love him. Mwah. How was your stream? How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. We're just excuse me. We're just having a cutscene movie night. So we're 20 nights in. So this is like last expansion, like end game stuff for Final Fantasy XIV. So those in the audience who have just come in, hello and again welcome. My name is Squeaky. If you play Final Fantasy XIV and you have played up to the most recent expansion Endwalker, then sit aboard, freaking relive the pain, and enjoy while we go through silly commentary, as I do my usual scuffness. If you have not played Final Fantasy XIV and you do not like spoilers, now would probably be the best time to leave, and if so, I'm really sorry, but you can definitely come by next time. And if you just want to have chill vibes and you're not paying too much attention to the story, or maybe are just runningly curious and don't mind spoilers, then stay and chat. Freaking ask questions and we'll answer them. Have you ever tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that you can play with a free trial up to level 60 with the award-winning expansion of Heavensward? Because you can do that. Don't get it through Steam. It's a ripoff. You go to the free trial website for Final Fantasy XIV. No limits on playtime up to level 60. When I started playing, there was no free fucking trial. Ah, man. Hello and again, welcome. And thank you again, Saki, for the raid. Alrighty. This big dragon's been keeping us here, but he's like, I'm sorry.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Thank you. Thank you, Vitra. Also, if I'm sniffly, it's because I just had a big bowl of butter chicken. I probably might get some more in a little bit. Right now we're doing cutscenes. He's like, next time you guys come here, hopefully it's under better circumstances and not the actual end of the world. You know, the apocalypse. Alrighty. The color of joy. So now we've destroyed the tower. We freed a bunch of cool elephant people. Big Dragon was like, yo, you did a good thing, here's your reward. A bunch of those talismans that prevent people from being enthralled by the evil towers. Let's go pick them up.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Man, I just recently learned of butter chicken this week thanks to Genshin Impact. What? 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 I mean, okay, actually no, this makes sense. If you live in an area or didn't grow up around any sort of Indian cuisine, whether it be your family or local population or even just being by an Indian restaurant, I understand that. I didn't become more aware of Indian food until I moved to Canada, because there is a bit of an East Asian population around where I am, and I like butter chicken. It's really good. I'd say if you're ever curious about it, start small. Buy a pre-made sauce, and just a pack of basmati rice, and just prepare the chicken. I always say follow the directions first and then experiment, but I will say right now the way I make butter chicken is a bit different from conventional butter chicken. Some would probably say it's no longer butter chicken because I make it like this, and like I explained previously, yeah, not many foods in my area that are not American. That's very fair. But like I was gonna mention, the way I make my butter chicken is I tend to dry rub my chicken, or dry rub season my chicken, let it stand for an hour, and then I grill it, to which then I shred it and then toss it in the sauce while it's still hot, and then pour that over my rice and call it a day. Some people will do that, mix it with the rice, and then they'll eat it with naan bread. that's been warmed in the oven, because the idea is that I think the traditional way of eating it is you eat it with your hands and you put it on naan bread and you have it like that. I stay away from the naan bread because I'm kind of on and off with bread. And not to mention it's carb on carb. Like, I'm having rice and I'm having bread. It's like, for me, I'm like, choose a carb. But it's pretty good butter chicken is really good in a sandwich though. Like, so if you want it, or like a lettuce wrap or anything, so it works. I feel like I'd rather do it a wrap than naan bread, but really it's your preference. The sauces, if you buy like a bottled sauce at the store, they'll tell you to cube your chicken when it's raw and then toss it over a skillet and cook it and then pour the sauce. I find that's not bad, but I find it a little bit on the blander side. And because I'm not eating it with the bread, I don't need these big chunks of chicken. And I find I eat all my chicken and then I have just rice and sauce. So I make mine a different way, and I fucking love it. But and I think if I decided to be extra one day and have it with like garlic naan or regular naan, or as a wrap, then I'm gonna fucking pop off, because it's so fucking good when I make butter chicken. But it's good. It's good, is what I can probably say. It reminds me of a home dish that I grew up with called ají de gallina, which is a Peruvian dish, which is similar idea. You take chicken, you cook it, although in this case they want you to boil it in chicken broth and then shred it, and then it's tossed over a somewhat spicy sweet sauce, and then like tossed over a bed of rice. I do it differently too. Season my chicken, grill it, shred it, bit. So they're both prepared the same for me, just different flavors. One's I don't know what butter chicken sauce is made of. I just know it has like Indian masalas and stuff. While ají de gallina is a yellow pepper based sauce. I'm gonna stop talking about food now, but it's good. I'd say if you're feeling adventurous with your food, Indian cuisine is not a bad thing. It's not for everybody. I've noticed that it's not for everybody. There are people who really like it and people who just don't like it. So a good way to kind of gauge if you like Indian food is like if you like things like curry. It's how to explain it, because like the butter chicken, it's sweet, but it has like a kick to it. It's not like Thai or sweet and sour, like Chinese spicy sweet. It's unique because of their arrangement of spices. Give it a try if you're feeling adventurous, but start small. So okay, yeah, then I would say start small. Buy like a bottled sauce and like try out the sauce on its own, see if it's something you think you would like, and then experiment with how you do your chicken. Some people just salt and pepper it. Before I started using Smoky Southwest on fucking everything, I would toss it in onion, garlic, smoked paprika, cayenne and chili pepper, and then turmeric and salt and pepper. So like that was the blend, more or less. Mostly focusing on cayenne, paprika, and garlic onion. And that would give it a really nice kick that once mixed in with the sauce really complements it and gives it more of a zap. So, but that's just me. That's just me. I introduce other flavors into the mix because I don't like when my meat is bland, so that's just me. But I think it's worth it. I'm of the belief that a lot of food out there should be tried at least once. Yeah. Alrighty. Quick count.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
I find it funny how there are people like learning about foods through Genshin Impact. That's really funny. And here's the thing, I know there was a lot of, I'm going into another tangent again, but here I am. I know that a lot of people, I mostly mean Twitter, were like going into a little bit of a tizzy about how like Genshin Impact was handling the most recent expansion that they're in Sumeru, and I do agree with a lot of the arguments, but I also think that at the end of the day, even if it could be so much better, I still think there's some enjoyment that people can find in them, as long as they're getting the right messages from everything going on, and they're still able, and if it encourages the people to look more into these cultures, then you win. You win. like if someone told me that they, like, again, like you just said, you didn't know about butter chicken this week until Genshin Impact. That's awesome. It's a little weird to me, but that's awesome. Because, and I'm not going to speak for you, but this can be the thing that makes you consider trying to get butter chicken and trying it out. You're like, man, freaking, it's a food in Genshin Impact that I could get. Looks pretty good. I want to try it out. And then that might lead into you wanting to try out other Indian cuisine. Maybe stray away from Indian cuisine and try just more Southeast Asian or Middle Eastern cuisine. It's really good cuisine. I've had Middle Eastern food. It's good. A lot of flavors. Really good fucking stuff. If you get it from the right place, I'll be. But like, it also, like, if you're like me who likes to cook and experiment new dishes, that could also be another avenue to want to learn how to do things. And maybe if you're also like me who likes to throw her own spin on certain foods, allow you to do that too. And then maybe you share that food with your friends and they're like, oh shit, this butter chicken stuff is fucking great. This Indian masala, this curry, this fucking, what? Freaking chicken tandoori, that sounds fucking amazing. Holy shit. And then one way or another, you have now found some appreciation through appropriation. Funny enough, because it's considered cultural appropriation. But you know what? Cultural appropriation is a neutral term. But in this form of appropriation, you have gained appreciation. What? Appreciation for another culture's cuisine. And that is always a win in my book, because I love enjoying some fucking food. Hi, Patrick! How you doing? Welcome! Look at me doing really bad segues. How are you doing today? Welcome. I'm going off on one of my dumb tangents about food. I can talk about food for fucking ever, I swear. But yeah, no, a lot of people like to say that cultural appropriation is a bad thing, but no, Tumblr and Twitter want you to think that. Cultural appropriation is actually a very neutral term. It's simply taking one's culture and applying it to someone by people who don't. Just vibing. Been a lot of lazy day, but I did go out to the Guitar Center. Playing guitars on there you to own because they're expensive. That's why, freaking, don't let your dreams just be dreams. Get the guitar that you wish you could have. Save $1 every day and put it in a piggy bank. And within 2 years, you'll be able to get a guitar. I don't know how much guitars go for. Oh, what does cultural appropriation mean? I know Lindsay Ellis had quoted it. That's Encyclopedia Britannica. That's not true. Cultural appropriation takes place when members of a majority group adopt cultural elements of a minority group in an exploitive, disrespectful, stereotypical way. Except not really. That's the fucking Twitter and Tumblr definition. Yeah, cultural appropriation is one of those terms that I feel like has been kind of stained by the internet. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I can't find it. I can't find the exact quote from Lindsay Ellis either. But the idea of like cultural appropriation, like taking the facets of one culture and like it's not yours, and so you take bits of it. But I feel like those sorts of things can help open the door to the possibility of appreciation. Food being one of the biggest and easiest avenues, because everybody likes food. Everybody needs food. Everybody gets hungry. So, for as much as some people want to rag on Genshin Impact, now this is someone, I don't fucking play this goddamn game. Like, for as much as people like to rag on Genshin Impact for all the things that it does bad, and I will admit it's done some shit pretty damn shitty. Like the fact that they have no truly dark-skinned characters. I'm sorry. Fucking Birchwood is not a fucking tan shade. I think even their darkest character is like a European after a trip to Mexico. Like it's not a dark skin tone. It's not freaking melanin. And that's kind of sucks that they do that. Among a couple other things, but I think in terms of, again, people looking and seeing, everybody knows it's fantasy. Everybody knows that it's not truly one-to-one depicting the cultures it's drawing inspiration from. It could do it 10 times better if it did. Final Fantasy XIV has done it before and not the best, and then Endwalker comes in, you're in Thavnir, and it's fucking amazing. But, what was I gonna say? But it opens up an avenue. People don't have to take it, but it's an avenue that is there and opened up for people to, if they are interested and want to know more about a culture, they can look it up and see what's up with it, learn it genuinely, learn its history, engage in its cuisine, find gatherings and carnivals that could be near them that they can go check out, make friends of people of those cultures, and that's not bad. That's good. That's that avenue being open and being there is good. That being said, I can't speak for those communities that are pissed at Genshin Impact, and I understand. I know that if Genshin Impact decides to go to a South American, Caribbean area next, if they base it all off of Mexico, I'd be a little bit upsetty spaghetti as well. But you know what? if the little bit of Peruvian or Dominican culture is in there and some people look into it, or if fucking they have a dish called mango con tres golpes, I'll be like, yo, Genshin, I see you. I see you showing these people the mango con tres golpes. I can try, lol. The life expenses are more important right now, more important than beautiful guitars and kazoos. Can't forget the kazoo, the most important one. Hell yeah. Alrighty, now that I've probably shot myself in the foot several times according to Twitter, and will be getting cancelled next week at 2 o'clock on Wednesday. If it doesn't happen, then I'm really just not worth it as a streamer. Let us continue.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Hell yeah.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
And this is where I knew that I probably wasn't going to go to other areas and strike down towers when Y'shtola brought up this idea. Put a pin in that too. Put that pin next to the previous pin. But we're not going to talk about them yet.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh god, this song.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
Yeah, that was
It
Alize.
seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Yeah.
And
His
I am
tongue.
truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough.
Oh, Squeaky, do you see a new Bleach trailer? I heard it through Tristan's headset. I didn't see it. Ooh, but I heard it was good.
All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
It's our magic flower. That's right, Kral got us a magic flower that apparently changes with people's emotions. We don't know why. The plot hasn't explained yet, but now it's yellow. It was gray before. And gray meant anxiety.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
Yes, I did play Undertale.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research.
It's very hard to research this. We can't control it.
Of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I'll put this flower away now. It has served its purpose.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Alrighty. Okay, so after this cutscene ends, we're gonna go on a quick BRB. This will be your time as well to take a potty break, to get a snack, to get a potty break. I think I said that. I'm gonna be right back though. We're back. I hope that little 10-minute-ish break was everything you needed and more. And that you were able to get your potty break, your drinkies, your foodies. I did, in fact, grab another helping of butter chicken and rice. Because it's the only meal I've had today. So of course I'm going to have seconds. It's good to be back. Anywho, let us continue. We return to the annex. The flower is at its neutral gray again.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
I love
We've bought
this
quite a
scene.
spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
You got Starbucks takeout, Alize? Sure, I guess. Might as well just told me you went to Trader fucking Joe's. It's okay though, cause this scene is adorable. Can I just speak? I'll wait till someone else speaks first.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
But he's boring, so he's not here.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Too many flavors from his guardian gruel.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Bugger.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
This cat can has cheeseburger.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
This cat can has cheeseburger. He's so
An excellent
cute.
idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
It's just going on its own.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
No que ya me boyga.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Quile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
Yeah, I was in prison at the time, says Graha.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill
The cat
be
can
your guide,
internet can go home.
test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Yeah, get another bite of that boyga.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans.
Look at the food. It's so nice.
But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
So much Graha fan art of him eating a burger. I haven't touched mine. Alpha No has pizza.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
Why did you steal his kunki?
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
This whole cutscene's going on its own. Like, I
To put
am
it
not
simply,
doing anything.
You used it to sneak around the forbidden archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
How'd you get caught then?
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Like, why would you need that? I'm short, says Gra. I think he's like 5'3", 5'4" in canon. Short king. Your height doesn't matter, men. Just be a cute cat boy that loves unconditionally. Everybody will love you. Trust. Thank you. Give me a choice for them. God dang, I missed the start of the scene. Aw, you missed it. I'm sorry. I was gonna mention, because a lot of people that work in video games with 3D models and things like that, some of them, I'm not gonna say they lost their shit, but pretty close to. Almost lost their shit. Because as you saw, like Graha biting into the burger and the model acting at that time, the movement of the mouth, the blend shapes, which are essentially the things that are put into 3D models that let them move certain ways. For example, like mouth movements and things like that. Those are called blend shapes. It's a very rudimentary way of describing them, but essentially, dude, that whole thing was awesome from a technical perspective. Yes. So, like, again, the blend shapes of them, like, chewing their food while they're taking bites. Alize being able to pick up a singular pickle, like a pickle slice, and move it from her plate to another. And the way she held it. Graha was actually made just for that scene to finish the I Can Have Cheeseburger meme. And, like, those little movements, picking up the cookie, again, chewing, and the facial, like this, like the happy, sad, the things that allow, like, 3D faces to emote, those are called blend shapes. From a technical standpoint, this was amazing. Because when you think back to how far the game's come from the very beginning, it wouldn't even show these sorts of actions. This was all technical flaunting and flexing. Endwalker's model budget. There's another scene that got a good bit of that Yoshi P outright said was probably the most expensive of the scenes. Just because of, like, what happens in it. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna show it, because story-wise, I chose a different choice, and I might choose it here. But it was one of the more expensive scenes to animate in Endwalker, because it required mocap and things like that, and that's expensive. yeah, just that was all. This scene was definitely a good, expensive scene. Again, definitely technical leaps. Again, showing individual picking up food, the chewing, so many little things here that it was like, oh my god, it's, you know, yeah, they don't look like one-to-one real people, but they look like things that interact and move. The things they're holding and touching and doing, it feels, or at least seems, more believable and tangible. And that was a big thing, considering like where the game was and where video games were at the time that Final Fantasy XIV came out. Very cool. Very cool. Are we pushing until dawn? Shall we call it a night? You do know these are my quarters. No? Are we doing an all night thing?
I'm
Party all
not
the
that
time?
ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Oh. I love that. And it's green. I love this scene. It's so cute. I also just love the end there where Graha's looking, it's like, wait, where did all the— and he just immediately looks to Alize and she's just like, whoop. Just looks away like, nope. I love that. Also, I definitely noticed throughout Endwalker, there's a lot of little scenes here and there with Graha and Alize, and it's adorable. I don't ship it because I love Graha. That means no one can have him. But I love their dynamic and I love their friendship. I love their friendship. I love how she ate all his cookies. I love how she stole all of his cookies. It's adorable because it's just like, wait, my kunki! Why did you have my kunki? Oh, I love it. I love how he's just like, wait, that's mine. Like, wait, that's my fucking cookie. She ate all of them, fucking fat bitch. I love Alize. Don't you dare steal my cat boy. I don't know, man. I saw him first. I saw him first trying me.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
Yeah?
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
It's okay if they run around the world and get rid of the towers. If they come to Garlemald, though, well, we might be in for some trouble.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
We're going to Garlemald.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No.
All else is equal, equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Like how long his eyelashes are. Like, holy fuck. Maybelline could never.
But then
God.
came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot.
I'm very
enough
hot.
to set my soul aflame.
Zeno says you're very hot.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Oh, Zeno's calling him out. Bro's just chasing a climax. Well, here's the thing. Again, like, Fandaniel, up until here, has mostly just been jolly excited theater kid. Look at me, I'm about to bring the end of the world. It's gonna be great and a lot of fun because nothing's worth anything except for dying. And then he's just like, no, I don't care. The whole world can burn and I can end everything and everyone can die. But I need to live for that one thing that I want. Which is why I'm doing all of this in the first place. He has what he thinks is a meaning to his life. His meaning is to, like, fight us again. And Fandaniel's like, yeah, no, that's pretty cool, but... It's a thing of, again, it's like, wow, you found something to live for. You found something that makes life worth living for you. That's cool. I think? Where he's like, again, he's like, he has so much passion for this, which is, again, a lot of the passion that Fandaniel himself kind of lacks. He thinks everything is pointless, and that's why it should all just burn and die. He sees the point of living to just die. He's a nihilist. I love the sheer difference between the two. It shows best in this scene and one bit. Yes. It shows the best here because, again, Xenos is like, yeah, I'm willing to destroy and end and burn everything. That's my reason to live because it means I'm going to get what I want. That's what will make life worth living. Where Fandaniel's kind of like, no. That's, you know? And then he's just like, well, okay, well, what about you? You're doing all of this because you want to die so badly. But you don't really seem to actually be enjoying this. Like, you don't really seem to be enjoying this as much as you make it seem like you do. You know, fucking Xenos, for as narrow-minded as he is, just fucking read this dude.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
But look at his face. Again, if he was truthful, he would have turned to Xenos and looked at him and maybe, like, opened his arms and, like, grandeur. But he just says it. He doesn't look at him. And his face already tells you that he's lying. Or that he's not being truthful. That he's putting on an act. And And even if he did do the big, more grandeur way of, like, it could still be seen as a lie. He's been putting up an act.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
But only somewhat.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Xenos is driven, but he ain't stupid. Yeah. Sound the bell, school's in. Following your late-night feast with the junior scions, you awake to find Krile and Graha engaged in idle banter. This is another cute scene.
Ah, I remember you.
Yeah, you do. We're lord dumping on how magic works.
At an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Just one moment, I'm looking at a message. Anyhow.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Oh no.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
There's corporeal ether, magic. I think it's corporeal ether.
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
What the fuck does that say? Welcome to the... Hydrogen? What the fuck does that say? Welcome to the... For a minute I was be like, welcome to Heidelin, but then I was like, wait, no. Welcome to the... Like, Eorzean text is not that far off from, like, our Roman, but, like, to the... Hi. No, the other one is welcome to the... First... Studium! It could be the Studium. Welcome to the Studium. The first letter is an S? Fucking where? Looks like an H. Oh, wow.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
That was
But
very
no
traumatic.
one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
Or if it was aliens! Could have been aliens.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process.
Still in there. I still love that they're explaining why they never explained what the fuck happened immediately following the calamity.
You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
Yes.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew.
To be honest, the scene is so much just them chatting it up with the animations.
Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
I choose to sit on the fence.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Oh, Granddaddy, we're so full of knowledge. Thank you so much for this meal. You filled my tummy with so much knowledge in my brain. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Cloak's just chatting it up with the animations.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still
Motherfucker, I realized there's some fucking foreshadowing in this scene, punk. Yeah. What do you mean you found some foreshadowing? Yeah? Some memories are just etched in our souls?
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon.
Yeah.
Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Yeah. The Numenon.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Key
Also, thanks for the
Aliapov.
100 biddies, Mum.
She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Thank you, Granddaddy. Thank you for your knowledge. That's a lemon bar. You can have one.
It's okay, man.
Yeah, I brought one for you. It's lemon bar. Alrighty. Also, I'm just saying, I know it's not an ASMR mic, but a little part of me really wants to do it because I can just whisper into this one. But I don't know if that's what people would want. I don't know if people would be into that, or if they would find it entertaining, or even relaxing to some degree. I also feel like I would forget moments in which I turned the microphone super up, and then I suddenly start talking loudly. What do you mean, bonk? What do you mean, bonk? What do you mean, bonk? Goblin noises. That Matt is talking. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying, man. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll dive into like a stream of that and see how people feel about me whispering in their ear for an extended period. I would try very hard. It'd be a challenge to not speak higher than a certain decibel. A very blue dungeon. Yeah. Best of the best. Alrighty. It's time to get ready to go. Excuse me.
By the 12.
It's kind of everybody. Week people listened to your.
Glad you could join us.
I mean, moaning
I hope you
takes.
don't
They'll
mind.
listen to your
We went ahead and
ASMR.
started without you.
Really? Ah. I like that. Ah, but I wonder if I should also look the trainers. Yeah.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
Sam trainer ain't here though. Wonder why. Well, I don't have every
We fight
class
not
unlocked,
only for the
so.
sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
And like Sigurd, Sigurd's? Sidurgu? Sidurgu? Sid, other Sid, Dark Knight Sid isn't here.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
If you ain't ready, no shame in finding comfort stuff. Oh yeah.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Kids'
To
little
that
booty
end,
shorts.
I am joined
Yeah.
by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Specifically the two from the Bard quests. Hi. You bozos.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
Also,
Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Also, thank you. Acknowledgement number 2 of the fact that I am a white mage. Thank you. Fucking thank you. Once again, my healing prowess has been acknowledged and is given its due fucking respect. Fucking yes, I want an applause right now. Give me one. Thank you. I deserve this. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm a great white mage. Thank you. Fucking thank you. Finally. Thank you. Thank you. I got new sound effects. I can't wait to abuse these on stream, on other people's streams as well. Mom, redeeming. That ain't, oh no. You know that you could preview them before you. I'm gonna use that later. Yes. I can't call it Pornhub. So I had to call it, oh no. Here, don't worry, here, this is, here everybody, let's give Mom a hand. Let's all give Mom a hand, you did it. You did it. That's free. Oh. Oh, my cheeks. Oh, but yes. I don't know what I'm guessing when it reflects, like, talks about reflecting quest progression. I'm guessing this is if you're a white mage. Thank you for acknowledging my. Thank you. It only took 4 expansions.
I'd better say my piece.
Yeah.
Wait, I know you. The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Also, breaking news. I am holding my cat's paws as she sleeps. It is adorable.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
Yeah?
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since
agree.
we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
He sounds fun.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi.
We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
Least in the potato army.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
I'm so sad they sold us her dress and didn't even let us dye it.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
I love those little moments they have.
I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
I love how Urianger just pulls out the cards like, I don't know what she's fucking talking about.
And then we might finally
We
get
know
a chance
y'all
to enjoy
spoke
a
shit.
good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies.
I will say, people hate Elise, but I fucking love her.
The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Thank you.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine?
It's like, hi.
Yes, Emanolaine de Forton, at your service.
Who let you leave the house?
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
It's like, yes. And let's see how far we've come moment. I love him, though. I love him, Adelaine. He's such a dumb fuck. Also confirmation of how the fuck to pronounce Emanolaines. Yeah. Was it hard? Emanolaine. It's Emanol and Lane. Emanolaine. Like Emmanuel, but Emanolaine. I love him. He's really stupid. It's like, okay, yeah, I didn't become the big badass warrior everybody wanted me to be. I didn't want to come here, but my brother told me I should come here so I can be useful. Do something with my life. Yeah, I guess. My brother in his infinite wisdom.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. We will humor you.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroi with my tales of daring do.
Honoroi. That's the name you should have been like, how the fuck you say that? Honoroi.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
I love how the way he was introduced was like, yeah, we were told to bring him along. But I like that he's here.
Alliance were due to arrive some time ago.
I like that he's here. I'm happy he's here. There's only one gentleman of light. Nah, there can be more than one.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
I already knew where this was going when I heard this line. It was like, are we getting some Doman Shinobi in Yugiri? No, they were too busy doing more important things like sending message and running reconnaissance. But Hien said, trust me, I got people to send you.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh, I was so happy. Little son and his lesbian friends. You don't know how happy I was to see these fucks.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
You don't understand. I was so happy to see all these fucks again. The Azim step was probably one of the better parts of fucking Stormblood. One of my favorite parts was just to see all these dumb, squabbling lizards. Personally. And then, yeah, I haven't done much of the Bajna stuff, but, like, I was like, oh, I know them! This was one of those moments where I was really happy that I also did, like, all this side content. Like, getting the callbacks and understanding them made me happy. But yeah, I was really happy to see these fucks.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
Why didn't we get a fucking Talaferoy tower? What the fuck? Says the step. The step is just like, what's going on over there? Fucking, and of course Sadu's the one saying it, being like, we're bored. We're bored as fuck. So we came here to fight. Because that's what we were promised. We were promised a battle. We really like those. Especially the fucking Darthal. Oh, man. As the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands. So we marched on those of Doma. We tried to raid the Doman ones, but we can't go in.
Will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Easy, we're not fighting.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Yeah.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
I have to do, like, some of the Bajna stuff. I don't have to do
Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
We must remind you, people who were conquered, enslaved, and belittled by Garleans, that while this is a very good time to serve them their just desserts, that's not what we're here for.
And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know.
That Hrothgar in particular is the one who taught Thancred to be a gunbreaker. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered.
I love Wurlit.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
So why do people hate Lise again? Genuinely?
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
She wasn't the best written in terms of intro and character. Honestly, could have benefited from my whole split Stormblood into 2 expansions. Here's the thing, like, again, I didn't mind how she was introduced. Like, Papalymo sacrificed himself, and he was the last thing that was pretty much tying her to that Ida identity, and kind of, like, pushed her to stop pretending to be her sister, to literally living in her sister's shadow and being Lise. Because it was while we were hiding during Heavensward that Lise and Papalymo were hiding. And while they were hiding, they were helping the Alamegans a little bit with their resistance. And that reminded Lise that she wanted to do something about that. And Papalymo was essentially the only thing that was kind of keeping her from doing that, because it was, you're still a scion, you're not tied to one nation, you're to help all of them. My problem wasn't her introduction, it was that it felt more like she went through all the typical character development in speedrun mode. So then it's kind of like, when she's introduced, you finally are meeting her, the person that right now, she's like, I don't want to be a scion. I want to help my country. And it culminates in her, you know, eventually leaving to be one of the leaders of that country. And being instrumental in, you know, setting it free. Rewatching Stormblood, I think it was fine. Maybe the other, like, the unvoiced cutscenes and the in-game stuff kind of gives off this impression. But I didn't get that. I didn't get that from my experience with Lise. I enjoyed her. And I loved her dynamic with Alize. I loved it. I loved how Stormblood, mostly because it's also where you get a lot of Alize, it just kind of felt like Girls' Night, the expansion. It was fine as is, just... yeah, well, that's the thing. That can be said about everything. I have gripes with Endwalker. Some of them, now that I know more, I'm willing to set aside. But, like, I have some gripes with Endwalker. It's not a perfect expansion. Is it the best expansion? I don't think so. I think Shadowbringers is better still. And I feel like with more and more time, as more people play and experience Endwalker and the hype dies down and we're able to look at it critically, I think some people will probably agree that Shadowbringers was probably the better of the two. Obviously, Endwalker has more weight because it's the end of everything, but I still think that in terms of the time it allotted itself to tell what it's trying to tell, Shadowbringers did everything it needed to do in the time it was allotted. None of it felt slow, none of it felt rushed, and it didn't feel bloated, nor did it feel like sparse. I'll go more into that later, but I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, after this chapter, after the Garlemald chapter, I almost want to say after a certain trial fight, after the first trial fight, the pacing for Endwalker was everywhere. It didn't know what the fuck it was doing. It didn't know where it was going and how fast it could go. So it just said overdrive. You'll see more of that when we get into it, and maybe you'll agree, maybe you won't, or maybe if we're just watching the cutscenes, it'll fix what's going on. But playing Endwalker, and after that first trial, it just felt like everything was happening. We'll go into it when we get there, though. We probably won't get to that point today, but a bit of a forewarning. I think Shadowbringers handled was a much better built, better planned, executed expansion.
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare
Right.
no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I'm gonna say right now, you've probably noticed that I'm lagging a little bit. This is a big technological thing too, to have all these models in one cutscene. This is a lot. There we go. Right after the trial felt more calm before the storm for me, but it did start going Mach speed till big spoils. Yeah. Maybe not so much after that first trial. Maybe after a certain chapter. Maybe after a certain chapter is where it went Mach speed, and I was kind of like, Anywho, that was best of the best. Alrighty, 1 second. Because we are about almost 3 hours in, but it's 8 o'clock. So I want to see if we can get the Garlemald chapter in. Let's see. Alrighty. I think we'll be able to cover the Garlemald chapter tonight. So let's go with a frosty reception. We'll see where we are, but hopefully I'm hoping to end at a trip to the moon. So we're going to Garlemald. Oh, I didn't change my clan. Hold on, we need to fix this. Need to fix this. Need to fix this. Hold on, frosty reception. It's important, imperative almost. Alrighty. How I did the last area made it feel like the story was exactly the pace it needed to be. That's cool. Maybe, again, maybe... I don't know.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Mm-hmm. Fuck walking.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
The clouds lie. Give us the map
The winds
square.
howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Look at him wearing booty shorts.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War.
I found this ironic since my glam for this part was exactly what Graha is wearing. I love how before this happened, Graha was like, I might have to dress for the cold weather. I have been eyeing this one coat in Charlian.
Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Sir, how are you not cold? Sir. Little boy, sir. At the time was my main glam. He really wanted to be like his favorite person. Yeah. And then Lise is wearing like a full-on fucking thing. It's cute.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Bro, Ruin, I guess the elementals are your homies, but damn.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
Man, Urianger, and anyone who plays in Ellison. Y'all got done dirty. These fucking necks.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position.
Urianger bringing back the traitor robe. Look at him, he got his hood back. Don't let him put it on. Giraffe looking asses.
Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments. And once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel. and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups.
My glam is amazing. I like my glam, it's so cute.
The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought that the fluffy coat, meanwhile, in the Imperial Supply Depot. Oh yeah, fuck this mission. I hated it. It wasn't that bad. I just didn't like it.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
By the way, if you talk to Sadu and Cyrena during the little bit, yeah, Magnai's getting 0 bitches and Cyrena is a top. I can't remember what was said, but it does subtly imply things. I love Magnai, he's so funny. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, I'm so full.
All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal.
Fuck.
The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
I skipped a little bit. He's explaining the plan.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
This is Thancred intensifies. Alrighty. So through a lot of espionage, we place a lot of bombs on tempered headquarters.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
That was Thancred.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
I will say, another thing, a few moments later at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Y'shtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right. But
Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
And we had to protect those carriages, all 3 of them. Can we talk about how the Metal Gear sequence is literally Thancred applying his PhD? Pretty much. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
Removed from it was not euphemism for enthusiastically murder. Oops.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Hey, he's down, right?
The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young chargers would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
It's like, can you please not fucking actually hurt the Mystinian?
That I did.
Yeah, sure, Dragoon. They're just one healer short of a full party. You got your tank, and your 2 DPS.
Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Little son and twins.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Fights. No, but seriously though, Magnite, Sadu, and Cyrena, they're just one healer short of a party. Of an actual party. I like that. I like when they do that.
A worthy adversary.
Yeah?
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Yeah, it's fine.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Yeah. Forever alone, Magnite. No. I love them.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
Wow.
Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Homies won't break his heart.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
Her buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
You can't just call it the base.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
And thus it became Camp Broken Glass. Alrighty.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest.
The survival
Moreover, having
volume's
entered
taken
into
up
the
the
capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may.
Let the good boy speak.
Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
Yes.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Give me Porky.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
She gets ether sickness being here.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Ah, my tummy's so full.
Don't forget about us Alamegans.
Well.
We have experienced scouts of our own.
Yeah, don't count them out, please.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. I love how you can be so sassy in this expansion. Apollo would be serious. If there are any survivors, we'll find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Pick that from my bun, who's literally allergic to the cold. What happens when you say that? Do they like... Are they like fucking being a cheeky little bean? Alrighty. Alrighty. So, don't remember the whole of Garlemald late at night. That's fair. Now... So, they send us, because the scenes were mostly unvoiced, so I have a feeling they're not in here. But for, to fill in, we go to look for survivors, we go to a point, and we find, we find a girl in green. And Madeleine is like, I spy a girl in green. And we're like, what the fuck? And we follow her. We find a small little settlement in a manor. And we tell them, it's like 5 or 6 people. We tell them, hey, we're here to help. We have medicine. We can help you. Let us help you. The girl that we had followed has a sick sister. And they tell us to do something, and I can't remember. They make us run an errand. And we leave Alphino and Alizé with them. Before we run that errand, we check them out, and we notice that they're kind of huddled around a radio, and the radio's playing a song. And the song that's playing is called Home Beyond the Horizon, which is essentially a bit of like a dirge or a lament ballad. It was a song that was playing on the radio before everything went to shit. And ever since everything went to shit, it's the only song that plays on the radio. But people who were huddled around the radio did not get tempered. They apparently heard the voice of Emperor Varus. And did not fall to the tempering. We go and run our errand. We leave Alphino and Alizé behind. And we come back. And they've been attacked by it was like the girl we followed, 3 or 4 guys, and then her sick sister. We don't see her sick sister. We're told that, you know, by Alphino and Alizé that they were attacked. We subdue them. They're like, you're not here to help us. You're here to enslave us. You're here to get back on us for what we did to you, you savages. Things like that. And just outright refusing help. And the girl, which I think her name is here is Licinia, has taken her sister and ran off into the wilderness with the radio. It's frigid and full of monsters out there, and they're just 2 girls, one of them sick. We have to find them before something bad happens. I don't know where this cutscene starts. Well, it starts where we find them.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
It was something. Well, I'll wait till this finishes.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
That line right there. I love... It shows how much Izael had an impact on Alphino, because he ends up carrying that ideology that everything that Izael did was because of that idea of there shouldn't be, so that there will be no more children freezing alone in the snow. That whole, like, thing. That line was ripped from Izael. What makes that particular scene sad, too, is, like, again, you hear they ran off, and you're like, God, we do have to find them. And then you start seeing, you find that first blood trail. And then you're like, oh no. Someone got hurt. One of them or both of them got hurt. And then you do find them. And you can only assume it was a monster or something. Even though they're both injured in the back. But you're assuming something, like, got them and then they... But yeah. And then when you find their bodies and you interact with them, like, I think the text was like, the bodies are already cold. And it was like, oh. That it would, like, further confirming it, like, you were too late. You were just too late. Like, if you had been just a little bit faster. Yeah, I was afraid we'd find the sick one near death and the healthy one dead, but dear God. It was a very unfortunate series. After this, the Garlemald chapter got me, like, grabbed me, and I was like, oh shit. Cause, like, you are a little hopeful. You'll find them, probably yell at them, and maybe they'll realize that you are here to help. That's the more optimistic thing. But it's like, no, they want to make it kind of more impactful that the Garleans aren't just going to accept you just because you come in saying that you're going to help them. Especially after everything that they've done. Why would they think that you have anything but, like, anything outside, anything close to benevolent intentions? And yeah, it's reacting in a painfully human way, and it hurts, and it makes you angry, and it makes you sad. Because you're on the side of the people that want to help. You want to help them, but they don't believe you. They don't believe you. They would rather brave the wilderness and die than accept your help. Because they don't think you're actually going to help. They don't think you actually mean that. And even though it's like a game, like, most people, like, really put themselves or project into the Warrior of Light. So it's essentially like someone going into your face and saying, I don't trust you. I don't believe you. I do not trust you. That's pretty much what it was. And whoa. It's one thing if people say that, but then to do that and prove it, they don't believe you. You know, it's kind of crazy. Alrighty. So it's, so strike that on the counter of Alize and Alphino getting traumatized. There's your one required, your required Alize and Alphino trauma for the expansion. Is it the only one? No. There's more. Alrighty. The tragedy that unfolded on the Eblin Rime has clearly left its mark on Alphino and Alize. Your heart's heavy with guilt and sorrow. You return to Camp Broken Glass to relay these unfortunate events. We found survivors. They're not survivors anymore.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
Yeah. You probably should have come with us on the first place, Maxima. But you didn't. That's fine. Little trauma is essential for a growing Elysian youth. Estinian got too much and look how he turned out. He's great, what are you talking about?
And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
Oh man, House Brutus.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Which, just for those who might forget, but I'm pretty sure most of you haven't forgotten, Brutus, the family, the family in House Brutus, is essentially Asahi and Yotsuyu. Mostly Asahi, though.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Yes, he was.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
It's a radio.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
So there's an ore that prevents tempering. Time to start mining. It's probably not the ceruleum itself, though. They don't really explain what it is about the radio, do they? Or is it the ceruleum?
I think we do.
Because, I mean, by that logic, anybody huddled around a piece of Garlean technology would have been spared, and that clearly wasn't the case. So I don't think it was the ceruleum.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
He immediately sees her and is like, "You're Garlean." Even though she's not showing her eye.
Pir Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
He's like, I can take 3 of them.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Yeah.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Hey.
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Like, can you give me my fucking weapon? Can you give me my weapon? Pinch. For some reason, I just wanted to pinch my nose. Can you give me that weapon? His voice is a little bit has some nasal to it. I like it though. Alrighty. So he takes us to his base. And it's in a train station underground.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
Stand here.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Lord, the settlement was just depressing. Oh yeah, it was.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
So Garlemald's motto has always been, fuck you, got mine. And his reasoning is because we had to be. But yeah, fuck you, got mine.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here.
But yeah, Garlemald, the nation of the Garlean Empire, Garlean, Ilsabard, all that started because they were chased out. They had a nice home, and they were chased out by the Corvosi, which, funny enough, is where Graha came from. Oops.
Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this.
Yeah, historically they did get the short stick, so the whole founding philosophy is very understandable. Yeah.
We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Yeah, you have a good night, Mithril. Thanks for being a part of the stream. Thank you.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but...
Oh look, man's got a point, but counterpoint, the Empire's fucking dead, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
Believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here. And all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want. What you hope for.
So much blood has been shed. So much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it?
I still find it funny how Alphino and Alize are wearing matching outfits. Like their mom would have wanted them to. Fucking pink and blue. Boy and girl.
Can we not work together? To face our problems as one?
Gotta commit to the bit.
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord.
Bro.
Peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
Okay. We're gonna dissect this in a bit. But I'm gonna go grab me a gingy ale. Because that's the only cold one I can crack right now. Alright, now, if it hasn't been made clear by the fact that I stream in the first place, I'm a talker. Makes me thirsty. But I'm also naturally thirsty. So everything he just said is a crock of bullshit. And let me tell you why. While he does have a semblance of a point, first off, let me define disparity. Just because that's a big adult word that my little pea brain, maybe for those, he literally only spewed propaganda. A great difference. Now, yes, people can just be too different, and because of that, not be compatible. That just happens. So, ever met someone you just don't think you'll get along with? It could be because they're too much like you, and that's a read on its own. Or they just do things so different from how you are that you just kind of can't meld with it. That's okay. But as people who sometimes go into our unga bunga brains and want to propagate, we seek difference. We seek something different. We seek like-minded and sometimes rarely choose contrasting opinions from our own. Just look at political spheres. People that think a bit too differently from how you think. We see them as opposition. Some people, again, like inviting that critical view to things as long as it's respectful. Disparity can cause discord, but it's not the root of it. It doesn't have to be. In this case, you all have a very common enemy, and the idea is to unify because of that. What he's speaking about is what about is also in a way is what about after? What about after all this is said and done and the enemy's been vanquished? What do you plan to do with us? What do you want from us as your reward for helping us? You're only helping us to get something from us. Again, the Garlean people don't want to believe that we are helping them for any good reason outside of just wanting to help them. They don't believe it. The older people being more set in their ways. This guy not included. This guy included. Oh fuck yeah, excuse me. There we go. Fuck yeah. Sorry. Man. I need like someone who's like really into burps to like find my stream. He'll have struck oil. I say gold, but let's be real. Oil has so much more value. Anywho. Excuse me. What was I getting at? But yeah. When he mentions if you were all about unity and prosperity and peace, why did you reject us? We are only trying to help you. He essentially what he said with that was, we were only trying to help you guys. Because that's the thing. Consider the fact that the Garleans, the ones that were occupying Alamigo and Doma and those other places that they were trying to colonize, they called the inhabitants savages. They tried to strip them of their culture. And essentially force them into Garlean society, but also keep treating them like shit. And exploit them, and abuse them. Look at Fordola's backstory. How even though they were like being citizens of Garlemald, they were treated like shit because they weren't Garlean. But at the same time, the Garleans had this high and mighty stance that what they were doing was for the greater good of all the other nations. The other nations don't understand. The other nations are savages. The other nations don't embrace the way things should be and the higher morality of Garlemald. Like, yes, Garlemald's history being fucked as it is, being handed the short stick and screwed over and pushed aside, sucks. But for people that like to point out that history, that really want to bring it up as the cause for why they're the way they are, they didn't learn anything, aside from being a bunch of spiteful, salty assholes. And that's why we hated them for 3 expansions. But then all this happens and we're like, God damn. They're kind of getting played too. When you learn that, you know, Emmett Selk in the Body of Solus Sos Galvus, the fact that the Garlean Empire was just all a part of the Ascians' plans. That they were just kind of a notch in their belt and a means to an end. It's kind of fucked. You start feeling bad for them. You see them going to civil war and everything going to shit. And then you remember that it's not just an army you're fighting a whole country, and that country is full of innocent people who aren't a part of the fight. And then you're like, fuck. It's kind of like, you know, you running around the nation. Yeah, you're fighting alongside other warriors and people that want to help, but then you're also meeting the children, the women, the families, and realizing that you're fighting for the people that can't fight. Things like that. So when this starts happening, you kind of start thinking like, oh shit. It's kind of like on the other side. It's kind of like that on the other side too. The grass isn't always greener. Actually, the grass got fucking obliterated, man. Someone put asbestos in the fucking soil. But either way. Yeah, but to quote T-Tam, he pretty much just fucking spewed oh no, Mum said it. There you go, sorry. But to quote Mum, he pretty much just spewed propaganda. We're doing this to help you. Why didn't you listen to us? This wouldn't have happened if you didn't join us. You're just trying to get back at us because you're mad. So you're taking this opportunity while we've been kicked in the balls again and again. And yeah, they're still mad about Corvosi. Or I think that's what it's called. They're still mad. They're gonna die mad. Rightfully so. They're still mad. He's a crock of shit. There isn't, everything he's saying has some, Corvos, there we go. What he's saying has some merit to it. It's hard to achieve happiness for one and all. It's hard to make everybody happy. It's impossible to make everybody happy. There's still... Yeah. He's kind of right, but he's mostly wrong. It kind of reminds me, and I don't know if anyone's ever seen Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. I can't remember the one quote from Endless Waltz. I gotta find it. Endless Waltz. Gundam. It's a quote. It's like the most famous quote. Here we go. History is much like an endless waltz. The 3 beats of war, peace, and revolution continue on forever. You can't have peace without having war. Also, ooh, Gundam. Yes, I'm a I kind of want to say I'm a Gundam girl. I grew up with a lot of Gundam series. I'm just not super into a lot of anything nowadays. But I grew up with Gundam. Gundam Wing, G Gundam, Gundam Seed. I grew up with it. But I do appreciate Gundam too. I respect anybody who goes into gunplay. Ooh. Ooh. I'm getting yelled at by a feline. Aww. But yeah, it's that thing of like, you can't have one without the other. They kind of balance each other out in a way. And if you do achieve peace, it won't be for long until someone has a disagreement and decides to make it everybody else's problem. It continues. But that doesn't mean that we still can't try to achieve it. But yeah, a lot of what he spewed is a crock of shit. Let's keep going.
That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
But Kitty
We
wants to
will not
laugh.
resist.
Kitty is...
However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Oh, one catch.
Collar them.
What are these?
They're shot collars that we use on pipples.
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
It's literally a shot collar.
Stop. Keep away from that one.
Don't touch her.
The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Hi. Like, oh shit, the champion of Eorzea isn't there? She'll bite your hand
Even
off.
if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights meager, though, we must share the warmth of our fire. I liked this one, so I chose the longer, more polo one. And also quote Horsefant, because I didn't even know that was a Horsefant quote. It just seemed like something Polo would say.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Thank you. That's the first nice thing you've said since
You
we
will
got
be their
here.
warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
We're your responsibility. It's also a callback ouch option. But I mean, to be fair, that's something that like Polo would carry with her from Horsefant, where it's just like on the blackest of all nights we must all, you know, share of our fire or whatever it was. It's something she would say. Righty, no good deed. I know eventually we run some errands for Julius. Looking for ceruleum, things like that. Because they need ceruleum.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
So.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Okay.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
I think the look away now children scene is soon. Oh.
Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news. But it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
It's funny that this text box is like, hold on. Oh no, I was like, I still don't, it's a little bit of an upskirt, but not really. The way this thing works is like little shorts under it. It's like a skirt.
With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Bye, Thancred.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I'm really good at it.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
We're told to fetch ceruleum for the heaters, because the heaters need ceruleum.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
We wish.
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
God damn it. For savages. It's like, excuse me?
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
We went so long without casual racism. God damn it, soldier number
Use what you
3523.
procured to refuel the armor.
Oh.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
He's like, you fucking heard me.
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Freaking Alize's sword just fucking glows all the time. A ninja she cannot be.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Like, he already looks like he's having second guesses about everything. Just those little, like, movements of his eyes.
Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Yeah, so Thancred was just like the subtle model, yeah. Those little movements again. Just Euless looking down and just the very subtle movements of his eyes, like he's trying to think of something to say. But like doesn't like what he's doing. And then yeah, Thancred told us like don't whatever they ask for, don't fight it right now. Hold off. Just let it happen. The weirdest of switches, those little things.
Get them out of here.
So, they don't show it, but around the time that we were running errands with Euless and looking for ceruleum, he showed us to where his house was in the destroyed capital-ish city area. He explains to us that he lost his family that day when the tremors happened. We learned that he had a younger brother and a younger sister. We don't hear about how old they were or anything, but he had 2 younger siblings. And he spent a good little bit of time with the twins. Him losing his family, but the fact that like the legatus and the people there, he started seeing them as a bit of a second family. But again, you see they meet the twins, the twins hear him out, they talk to him, you talk to him, he talks to you, and you learn all about his trauma, and he kind of grows, the twins kind of grow on him. Yep. Alright. Yeah, alrighty. We are very close to the end of the chapter. Wow. Alrighty. But now, they're kind of planning to storm the camp, and instead of using the ceruleum to help the base, they're instead going to use it to try to do an attack. Here we go, now he's taking us here. This is his house.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside.
And yeah, the camp has a radio.
But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Yeah, he's sad. He had to kill his family.
It's no use.
It's so cold in there.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
I like that. Believe me, I don't want to be here any more than you. I think someone actually took that, but it was just like a close-up of his face. Like, believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. The Alizé, stop being stubborn. This is cute.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections.
Also, look, guys, they made the first move. Absolutely never seen before and never seen since.
A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you.
Pretty much.
And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined.
Yeah. Alfie, you're still a youth, you little shit.
But it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
It's like, Alpha, no, you're only 16. Calm the fuck down. Don't... In my misbegotten youth or my ill-begotten youth, like, sir, you're not even... Okay, you have your PhD, but shut the fuck up. Actually, he has his master's. They haven't even hit health puberty.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is,
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Looks at all the trust I've done with Alize. Don't have a love or violence, eh? Look. You gotta find your fun where you can get it.
God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
She enjoys fun combat. Like, give her a horde of monsters attacking like a cart and she'll be like, fuck yeah. She doesn't want to fight in a war.
But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
I love Alize.
Thank you, Alize.
This is where I wish we had Astinian! He broke them out.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed.
I love how Lucina's like, did you hear that? That's the sound of you losing your bargaining chip.
I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
You have to feel bad for Euless at this point. He doesn't want to do any of this.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
And you're just like, no. Baby, no.
Stop! Both of you!
To give them credit, firing on the Warrior of Light first is a solid strat. Get the big guns out of commission first.
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
They don't let us play tree people, but they really need to let us because I need to know how long they live. No. This is kind of like a Sakura situation. If you watch the Sunday Final Fantasy game, I can't remember what the fuck they're called, but they're like the freaking tree people. They age very, very differently. He looks like a little boy. Squeak, they can live for at least 1,000. He looks like a boy, but he's not. But I think their slow aging is one of the reasons why we're probably never gonna play this race, because Yoshi P has seen what some of the fandom have done with Lalafells, and he said absolutely not. At least I think so. But I love that. This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
Yeah, so this is another scene that we didn't get, that was more like a unvoiced cutscene. We were told that there was a special code word. And it was something like prepare the ill or something. I can't remember, but it was something along the lines of the faction being called the Iln. And then she comes in with this, have the Iln stand down, and that's contains the code word.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Alrighty. So, just in case, in the next couple of minutes, it's gonna spoil it, but trigger warning for those who are sensitive to certain things. The Garlemald chapter, in my opinion, is probably the darkest chapter in Endwalker. Yeah. I suck at giving trigger warnings because I don't want to spoil either.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. It was a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united. Of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by.
I like this scene composition right here. This very characters alone in a big space. Basic cinematography imparts loneliness, imparts isolation. And God, the song.
Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
Baby.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Baby. He kind of already did. Hey, yes, that guy fell. Welcome. This man understood that so long as he lived, he will be used as a symbol that will hurt his people, and took it as one way to think of it. The other is his pride for all he had left, and without he had nothing to live for, essentially. Because then he's like bereft of hope and now of dignity. Before, it was like, we have very little hope that things will get better. But damn it, we're gonna die like proud Garleans if we have to. We have our pride. We have our pride. It's all we have left. So then, hearing that trying to reclaim the capital, all the other legatus, all the other factions failed and fell. And and the last one being like, we can't. We need help. We can't do it. We need help. And essentially surrendered. He's like, fuck. He's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But none of these people will live. No one here will live. They will all die. Because they will keep following me if I don't want to do it. So he lets them all go. He lets them all go. He still spews a bit of propaganda where he's just like, I won't see these bonds be tarnished and blah blah blah. That it was such a, your dream was a great dream, it was a great cause, it was a great this. But yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, in from the cold. So everyone that was in that base, most of everyone, decided to come with us. Some people were like, we have camp here. You can come here if you want. We can treat the sick and the young. Shoop. Shoop. Spoop.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Soup. Soup. Yes, the greatest unifying force mankind has ever known. Hot soup on a freezing night.
at last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Yeah, it's nice and warm. Let's be honest here, basically the Earthians are acting as the Red Cross.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
He's looking at them like they're
not stoop to your level.
It's like they're fighting, but they worked together, but they're fighting. That's again, like that's something he's seeing. Like, look at them. They're having a petty, stupid argument over who gets credit for the heater. But they worked together. They acknowledge they worked together, and they're having a silly squabble. And he's like, but they're working together. Look how different these two are. But they're working together. Machinist for life, please buff me, Squeenix. As a machinist, currently Sickard is nearly wrong. And then this one, the Alamegan, yeah. Oh god, this song gets me.
That's ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
He's like, I used to be a part of the Garlean thing. It's fine.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Steppe recipe. Yeah, it's what we lizards eat.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Sir, you're... Okay, I'm sorry. You only eat fucking bulbs and berries, Mr. Order of the Twin Adder. Okay? You live in a forest and you don't use spices? Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking use spices. Okay. Fucking elves eating veggies. God forbid we put some fucking meat in your stew.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
Oh, shut up. At first I thought it was like chai, like tea or something, but no, it's soup.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
The Ellison are like the British. Fought over spices to never use. Yo, can I just be real while I'm tearing up at this scene? Can I just be real that that's one of my favorite fucking drags on the British? Not to be an asshole, but I love that fucking drag. No, the Ellison did though. I fucking love that drag though. But like, British people got no right having nasty, bland-ass food after colonizing all these countries for their spices, not to fucking use them. I remember I saw a fucking TikTok where people were making fucking NyQuil chicken, and a news network fucking reported it, and they were like, salt and pepper, that's all you need. And it was like, bitch, bitch, no! What do you mean to get just salt and pepper? What the fuck you mean? Oh man, it's the little things in life that make life worth living. And garlic and turmeric and maybe 7 other unique spices. Aww. Aww. Baby. Baby. You crying? No cry. Just tears.
I know
The song
this
really
is not
does
a
it.
dream, and yet
Maybe for a steak, but with a steak, the juices are what give it the flavor. Also, the face model for baby man here, perfect.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination.
Also,
that my world had been forever changed.
Also, Polo wouldn't just smile here, let's be honest, they'd be bawling. Actual Polo would have been probably one of the ones to offer them soup. And probably would have said that. It's the little things it's the little things that make life worth living. In this case, I totally get why I like that it was the other nations, like again, they're talking to him, you know, he's seeing little chides and they offer him food. They offer him a soup.
And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you.
Yeah, you see, like, there's the other nations right there. You have
We've
Ishgard,
shed many tears in recent
Limsa,
days,
Alamigo,
of pain and sorrow,
Ul'dah,
triumph
Ishgard.
and joy. I
Oh, no,
much
not
prefer
Ishgard.
the latter.
Gridania.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Yeah.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast. As if they still share in this moment.
Right here in my left titty.
Yes,
I feel it.
I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
I'm going to be honest, it still feels like it should be a bigger plot point that Lucia is related to Sans Junius. Nope. Huh. It's blue now. Yeah. Blue. Don't mind me. Don't mind me looking at just checking my flower. Thank you. Here's everything. Yeah. Unfortunately.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Unfortunately.
What? Emperor Varys?
Unfortunately,
They are
didn't.
being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Unfortunately, they didn't think about giving everyone that walked in a warding scale. And that's understandable. But unfortunately, then this happens.
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Like, wait! Rat man. It's like, I love how Ryonjae's like, they're getting fucked. Everyone get them a talisman right now. Why did we not? You should, the moment, here's the thing, the moment that people stepped in here, they should have been given a talisman. And I understand that they didn't. They didn't think that they could probably get tempered here. But as soon as they brought that fucking radio. Ah, man. Let's go. We're near the end of this chapter.
Oh.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Oh, okay, this looks... Oh. You have to appreciate this, too.
Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
Oh, fuck yeah, man, I love
sure
cheese
to
fondue.
remove your helmet.
Oh.
Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What? What? Like, what the fuck?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
Yeah, again, just like seeing Xenos like cut a piece from the food and like actually like eating. It's kind of crazy.
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
Kind of.
His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
It's not nice. This is such a pain in the ass. Give me back my body. No, that is just that. I don't know. I wanted to say this one so badly. It's just like, Polo, you had a rough day. Everything was going fine. You were ready to have like a good old cup of soup and be done with this day. This day was a lot. And then this fuck comes in and you're just like, this is such a pain in the ass. Give me back my body. It's like... I said give me back my body, but I want to say this one. Just like, god damn it. I love that. Just...
To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes.
Yeah, it's the same reaction though.
Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine?
Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna be the same thing said after you, but it's just like looks down like, god fucking. I feel like that, like, even though Polo wouldn't say this is such a pain in the ass, it's just like, god damn it. God damn it. I just can't today be any longer.
I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
He's like, what? Daddy?
Ah, exposition is in order.
Yeah, you please,
The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
God, that metalwork is
As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory.
I wonder how many people were like, is this?
And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Honestly, it's perfect.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight.
Okay, but why does it gotta be so ugly? I can't quite fully explain. I think there is a reason. But that reason is in Final Fantasy X. Because Anima first appeared in Final Fantasy X.
And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe.
I think it's, but I think the reason why it's the way it presented the way it is. I can't.
The towers with
remember
which
much
you and your
though.
allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
It's in constant, ceaseless agony.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
I love how he just comes in with that little little
Perhaps you
strut.
think that to be the extent
Little
of my
strut.
promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo.
You probably don't think much well of me after our encounter in Alamigo.
Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion.
Just a flex, just a little more. Oh, look at the wine.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
Yeah.
the chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought, are my gifts to you alone.
Did they come with a gift receipt? That's not nice. That wasn't nice either. That wasn't nice. None of that was nice. Always pack a gift receipt when you give people gifts. They might not like it. Sometimes the gift you got them sucks.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Can I have my body back now?
Will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger. And it would seem my friend has lost her appetite.
So, pack it up in foil, put it in a Tupperware, and stick it in the fridge. I like how he humored him, though.
This display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions.
He was like, yeah, he was like, I entertained this, this cute little sitting and having dinner, having a nice little candlelit dinner with you. But,
while my
it's not
lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own.
It sucked.
It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
It's like, wait, my body, my snatched waist, and my stacked ass.
All together.
No, wait. Ah, oh, fuck. That's like, oh no. Man, Xenos really wants to be inside you.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
I was so heckin' scared at this part. I didn't want my friends to get hurt.
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
I love how they just leave him alone there. That is a foreshadowing. Alrighty. So. The most painful part of Endwalker, in my opinion.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe.
All the way over there. All the way over there.
If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
Speaking of.
tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Unfortunately, Heidelin's blessing only really... Actually, no. It's your soul and your body, but... You need both. So this was the most fucking painful part of Endwalker. You had half an hour to traverse this whole city. No healing. No health regen. And you had to really pick your battles. You couldn't just charge in and fight everything. And it was painful. It was anxiety inducing. You look at that timer and you're like, every minute you're wasting is a minute Xenos gets closer to the camp and is going to kill everyone in your fucking body. And it's doable. It's definitely doable. You had to learn the wild mob aggro mechanics or perish. I don't know what that means. But you had to... Obviously, when I played it, according to Jake, I played it slightly easier because they moved around where the key to the Magitech was. Because you had to occasionally fight some soldiers in order to get health packs to heal yourself. But eventually you found a Magitech armor, and you had to find ceruleum for it, and then a key to get into it. And the key, for some people, was the hardest part, that they moved the soldier that held it into a house. But either way, basically if you're a certain distance from a mob, they will attack, but that depends on where you are in the sight lines, pretty much. And, again, anxiety-inducing and very painful. Eventually, you get the Magitech armor, and you're able to fight a lot of those tempered soldiers and Magitech, as well as some other survivors that are able to fight with you. But an explosion happens, and it brings you down to 0 and cripples you. And you've only got, like, whatever time left. And it literally, you're on your stomach, and it's saying, crawl back to broken glass. And you see the painfully slow speed you're crawling at, and you're like, I ain't fucking getting nowhere on time. But you want to know the biggest kicker about that whole scenario? The biggest fucking kicker? I was spoiled. So a while back, Jake streamed Endwalker. I didn't stick around for all of it. I want to say I was maybe in Heaven's Ward, or maybe getting into Stormblood. I didn't stay for all of his stream because I knew what was going, that was probably not a good idea. I was going to get there at some point. While I don't mind spoilers, I joined, and most of the time that he was streaming it, I was working. Because he was streaming, like, from the moment he woke up to the wee hours. And I couldn't stay up for them. And I worked through most of them. But one of the times that I peeked in was around this time. And it was, so I saw, like, the body switch scene where, like, you see your Warrior of Light getting essentially body snatched. And the moving around through Garlemald, obviously not enough to remember all the exact beats. But I remember seeing Fandaniel in, like, the little suit and being like, eat up, and that little thing. I remember the beats here and there. So it was spoiled for me. So I wasn't being like, oh my god, What am I gonna do? I was just like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh shit. I gotta get there. I gotta do things. And honestly, I'll be real. While as crazy as that and painful as Endwalker that scene is, I want to say that's one of the lesser things that I have to worry about getting spoiled. I also saw a meme later on after it was spoiled. I saw a meme on Twitter. Because there were some people that didn't want to respect the kind of self-imposed fandom agreed don't talk about expansion spoilers until like it's been out for like a month or two. But it was a meme where it was like someone trying to walk in heels and they're walking like really like badly, very shaky and fumbly. And the caption was, yeah, 2-week spoiler embargo. But I want to say for expansions, it's a little bit more. But the meme is someone walking in heels and like just fumbling around. And it was like Xenos on his way to Camp Broken Glass in my near 2B glam heels. And I was like, what the fuck? Just imagine fucking Xenos in your body, fucking wearing these high fucking freaking 2B heels, being like, how the fuck does she fight in this shit? My friend, this is not practical combat wear. Good shit. That was a funny meme though. Good meme. For a whole ass expansion, 2 weeks is not a good enough
It is a miracle
embargo.
we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
Like, I will say. Like, I'd say that for a new expansion, it should be about maybe a month. Give people a month to play it. And then for patch content, maybe 2 weeks.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
You have so many scales.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
We don't know where she went.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Yep.
Oh, speak of the devil.
He knows our footsteps. Like a dog. But he's a cat.
Well, time to call off the search.
I looked at those two like, no! No!
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
And this is where I'm like, God, thank you, Y'shtola. Y'shtola. They're like, is that her? Doesn't look like her.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties.
Like, she already points out that heading out, kind of, the ether in this place kind of fucks with her a little bit. But she's like, is that her?
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
And then Alize is like, wait a minute.
Who are you?
No. I don't know how the fuck we made it by crawling. Ow. Ow.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
You're like, uh-oh, we're ready to kick your ass.
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects.
Gotta fess up, I skipped this scene because I couldn't bring myself to watch my fave Catboy get stabbed.
Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered.
All according to
Anima
Keikaku.
will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
Blip.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of
Yep.
fate, power,
The bread is
wheel
here.
enmeshed
Can
with
you believe
woe.
it? They were just about to throw all this away.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh man. The storm was approaching.
Heart and protect them well. They will be your strength.
And thank you, some absolute cutie booty named Jester's Quest, for the tier 1 sub.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Ah.
You know, I'm not surprised that doesn't happen more often.
You mean you're surprised that doesn't happen more often?
I mean,
that's
I am
the first.
surprised.
There we go. That's the first time that's ever happened.
I know. I feel like that should be put in another spot because it
No,
gives me
no,
insight.
that's right. It never falls from there. It never falls.
Every time it's there. I want to murder.
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
everything in working order?
I think so.
That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Alrighty. We are getting close. Gateway to the gods. Just trying to see. Alrighty. Gateway to the gods. So, it's time to... I think this is taking on the Tower of Babel. And I think they just kind of... It's just a dungeon and animas at the end of it.
May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
Meanwhile, beep beep bop beep.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Cryle? But how?
It's like, how the hell did you get here? We left you in Charlian.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn, feeble relic of a forgotten age.
My Little Pony meme in the year of our Holy Mother Crystal 2022. To the moon.
Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
Hey look, all the
Who's
colors of
that?
Flower Glowed have been destroyed. Yeah.
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You
monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Blech.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid, restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Everyone's
Leave
going
them to
apeshit.
die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Alrighty. And that pretty much concludes the Garlemald chapter of things. We're only on the level 83 stuff. There's still a lot to go through. Probably 2 streams worth. But, next week, we will not be coming back to this. We will come back to this the week after. Unless I change plans, but I'll probably want to stick to them. Have a good night, T10. Thanks for sticking in the stream. And when we come back to this, we will be going to the moon. We're not even halfway through this. It's crazy how much has already happened. And how long it felt like it took to get here when I was playing it. But the Garlemald chapter, in my opinion, was the strongest chapter of Endwalker. It was really good. And this where I was like, I'm fucking buckled in. I'm ready. I'm ready. Like, if the earlier stuff didn't grab you, Garlemald is where it really felt like it grabbed me. But we still have a couple pins, and like I mentioned before, it's mostly in terms of Endwalker's pacing. So far, in terms of the cutscenes, the pacing's been pretty good. We'll see how we keep going along, but Endwalker definitely had a pacing issue that I think would have been better if it was split into 2 separate expansions. Because it seemed like it could have still done a lot more, but couldn't in lieu of things. But that's fine. But I think this is where we're going to end it off. I'm going to go to bed. I'm so tired. I've been up since 5 in the morning. Because my schedule is slowly going back to normal. But we will see you guys in the following Saturday for more of this. I think next Saturday we'll probably get into a spoopy game for October. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream. I might want to take a break because I'm readjusting back to my old schedule, funny enough. So I'll see. If not, we will have a short chill one. Probably some glam grinding. Some Puppets Bunker, I'm not sure. But I hope you'll have a wonderful night. I will see you tomorrow at Final Fantasy if there is no stream. If not, then I'll see you here at the usual, or maybe a little bit later than the usual Sunday stream time. And if not, I'll see you on Monday. So I hope you'll have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.